Here's how we doing. It is Wednesday, halfway through the week, and is my controller not working again? It isn't, of course not. I hope you're all doing well. We are getting close to game day once again. I did a few runs offline today, and I am down to PB1 on this run. I am very consistently getting a hit to Rolana and nothing else. So I feel pretty good about that. Not like amazing, because ideally we would want hitless, right? But I mean, it is what it is. It does seem like a lot of people are really nervous for this fight, though. Like, this isn't something that is unique to me, at the very least, which is nice. I don't know. I did 2 runs, and I practiced Rolana for probably like 2 or 3 hours today. I do feel like it's getting better. It's just progressing very slowly, which is not the best feeling when I only have a couple more days before this run. Oh dear, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, Zorb. Yes, that is Rolana. Yeah, it's so dumb. Renala is the wizard, and then Rolana is the swordswoman. Like, they literally just switched the placement of the N and the L because George is lazy. Alright. Does anyone care to name the run tonight? What are we thinking? This is probably going to end up being like a run through and then probably like an hour of Rolana practice. This run is only like a little over 2 hours. Ye old classic. So we should be able to do the run and then just practice the singular boss that sucks and then be on our way. Better than one hit man. But I'm hoping we get a good showing on Sunday. The game has been locked in. I will once again be in the Sunday slot at 2 p.m. EST. We're going to be going against Azaz, who is quite the opponent. They literally all are. Like, I have to just stop saying that. They're literally all insanely talented runners. There's not going to be a singular week where we sit down and I'm like, oh, this is free. You know what I mean? Like, they're all insanely talented. I am just as scared of Azaz as I was of Spectre. You know what I mean? I know, right? That would be very funny, but I do not feel that way about literally any of them. But considering like we've now gotten this, it was what, 2 hits I think on Monday, and then 2 1-hits today. So like it's going good. Then it's just I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, dude. Really? This stupid sheep's got like mad dodging skills. This is what happens when I practice offline on my own time. This is the kind of crap I see. And then I send it to people and I'm like, what is this? And they're like, oh, that happens. I'm like, shut up.
That you're not then wine. I am Carly. goodbye.
Yeah, for real. That's the Heat Seeker 3000 Screw You missile right there. And it's so funny because, like, watching it back, like, you see it, like, circle the entire arena before it hits me in the face. And I just straight up didn't react to it. But also, why would I be looking out for that? Like, I'm sitting in, like, I'm sitting here, I'm locked in, I'm fighting Rolana, and then all of a sudden, like, this glint blade just comes out of nowhere and just, like, boops me on the nose. And, like, my run's just dead. Like, what? Are you serious? Like, what is this game, dude?
They serve it you. I can play turning root to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath you. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
I will say, though, that clip does get funnier every time I watch it. Because, like, whose idea was this? That if you dodge this thing appropriately the first time, you will then need to dodge it a second time. Like, why? Why did they give this thing tracking? Why didn't they literally just say, like, it shoots forward, and then once it's past you, it just keeps going forward and just hits the wall, and then it's done? Like, it makes no sense. But we do have Morgott solved. We should never see Phase 2 on Morgott in any of these runs for the rest of the league. It turns out if you just take off all of the talismans except for Radagon's Source Seal using a +9 weapon, then I have just enough damage to stagger him like exactly at like the 50% health mark, which like overrides his phase transition, which is just amazing. So we have that solved, and like that was really the only other hit for this run. Like we went through Renala a bunch of times, and once I remembered where like all the spawns were for the kids and stuff, like that was feeling like super comfortable. I'm really not worried about that one at all. We just one tap Red Wolf, like that's not even a fight. He goes to sleep. Oh. Well. I'm not sure how that whiffed, but sure. Why not? But yeah, this is like one of the scarier runs that we're going to be doing throughout the duration of the league. So it feels good that like there only feels like one actual like hit opportunity here, as long as we don't play like a monkey, you know what I mean?
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Oh, I am. Please. Just give, and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all. Oh, that's... Well, Wait. I see. I see it now. Humans all lose their wits eventually. How could this... Was my whole existence just a crock? Oh, am I? Are you here as a couple?
Okay. Man, this is like the third time I've done setup today. Uh, Honestly, I probably should have just started from like the save state for this. I'm feeling pretty warm. I don't feel like I need to run through setup again, but we're already here, so we'll just run it. Love when I run by an item and there's just no pickup prompt. That's the best. Oh, and you want to know what's the best part about that Rolana clip is, too? Almost the same exact thing happened to me the very next fight, too. So it wasn't just like that was some weird, like, 1 in a million thing. Like, that literally just happens. Which is just kind of insane. Oh, man. Alright, first 2 medallions are typically about 20 minutes. And then running through Liurnia usually takes about like 10. Then like another 10 for DTS, and then like maybe 5 to do like Raya's quest and set up a couple of other things.
Well, it's been how can I? Have a safe.
Nope, didn't buy the torch. Need the torch, that's why we're here.
Have a safe.
Alright. So a couple different things we need to do on this run. We need to actually grab the Academy key. We haven't been grabbing that. We haven't been going through Academy. We do need it for this run though, because we need to kill Renala at the end. Very awkward positioning there. You know, it might be best to just like grab the key like when we're ready to do Academy though. Like that might just make more sense, like routing wise. Because there's nothing else over there that we need. So like we should just grab like the gate front graze and then just go straight to EG I think and just move on. Man, I cannot get climbing the skull out of my muscle memory. I just can't do it. Like I'm always getting like halfway up and then being like, nope, I don't need that actually. Wow, no poison cloud. I don't see that every day. I forgot to buy the arrows too, so I'm gonna need to stop at this merchant up here. Arrows and a Coke. I got you, Zorb. I got you.
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Yes, well, value these. I'm hungry.
Nice. Okay, nothing else there. Dude, it's tough to be running 7 different runs at a time. I guess only 6 at this point. Still a lot. I'm sitting here looking at them like, do I need sleep arrows for this run? I don't. I need them for exactly 1 run, and it is not this one. It is a lot. It is. That's why we made setup for like all of the runs like exactly the same. Like everything leading up to Morgott is essentially the same, except there's like a couple of graces we need to like grab on specific runs, just because like you only go back to those locations on very specific sections, but like we come back here for 1 run because we need to do like Ronnie's quest and stuff, which involves going underground. So like that's actually for 2 different runs because we need that for 2 dragons and Age of Stars ending. Yeah, it's just a lot, dude. Why is my controller just disconnecting, dude? This controller is not old enough to be having connection issues like it does. Like, I literally got this controller when we started running AGR, which was not that long ago. Like, a little over 6 months, probably? Six months doesn't feel long enough for a wire to just, like, stop working. Really? Dude, some of these trees have massive collision. A very confusing choice. Alright, so 21 minutes. It's pretty on pace for where we're at. Alright, so we just need to make sure we grab this Grace. This is important. And then yeah, I don't think we'll grab Academy Key until like after DLC. I don't think there's really any reason to. Grab this Grace, as we'll need to come back later a couple of times actually. Once we level our weapon to 10, we're gonna have to come back to EG for that, because we'll have triggered the invader in the round table hold. We're not gonna be burning the tree in this run, so that's something we're gonna have to be aware of. There's cleaner pathing for that. We'll figure that out at some point. We should grab this Grace as well. I think there's a very, very low likelihood that we actually need this. But in a world where we run out of rune arcs, we can come back here and buy them from the merchant. And the upside to this location is the fact that we're close to the puppet balloons that we can shoot down, and then we get a rune that gives you like 2,000? 2,500? Somewhere in that ballpark. So not only can we get the rune arcs here, but like we can also get the money for the rune arcs here as well. That's like a pretty worst case scenario kind of thing, which I don't expect to happen. I think we pick up like 5 different rune arcs or so on this run. So that'd be like a disastrous run. But just in case. Rune arcs. Close enough. Close enough. What's up, Vi?
Chicken butt, of course.
Of course. I been got. How am I down 4 arrows? 1, 2. Oh no, I guess, yeah, 4 makes sense. I can't count, it's fine. You shoot the mosquito, and there's 3 guys on Fort Height. I always forget there's 3. I always think there's 2. It's like I was pretty sure I had gotten the mosquito on the first try. No aggro, let's go. So funny to me that that's a thing. Can literally jump right in front of that tree sentinel and he has no idea. Like, I have no idea why his, like, detection range is so tiny. You need like 3 naps? I feel that. Yeah, he can only see you if you're standing still. Oh, because post-it notes are kind of stationary. Yeah, okay. I was trying to figure that out for a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. That is good though. That is a good one. Dude, it started snowing here today around like 3 o'clock. And I was like, oh, I had no idea it was supposed to snow today. And I checked the weather app. And the weather app is like, don't worry, there is 0% chance of precipitation of any kind whatsoever. And I'm like, it is literally snowing as we speak. And they're like, nope, there's no way. And it's just like going. Like, this is not like some little like powder that's just going to be like gone when the sun comes up. Like, it's going right now and my weather app refuses to acknowledge it to like any extent whatsoever. So I have no idea how much is coming. I have no idea if this is the kind of thing where like I should end stream and like go out and shovel so I don't have to do it tomorrow. Like I have no idea. Yeah, that's all mine says too, and it says 0% chance of snow. And I'm like, okay, but it's snowing right now, so like, how much is it gonna snow? And my phone's just like 0. It will not snow. I'm like, it's literally snowing right now, and it has accumulated at least like an inch and a half. Like, can we figure this out? It's not real snow. There's a theory. Yeah, a nearby sugar factory just exploded and there's just sugar all over our house. Maybe that's what it is.
Fit to determine if you
Sweet.
had seen torrent, whereas I'm
I see what
curious,
you did
but
there.
I can take gathering play. Very let my
I see what you did there. I can't tell if it's still snowing or not. It's very dark outside my window.
You'll no matter loud, you're... The girl you bought, she's
That
crestful.
was
That no matter.
an extra down input. I hate like the nerfed menuing speed. The crap is so annoying.
Well, I presume. Oh, I am an old so perhaps you.
Alright. Buy the stones. Get this. Use the stones. That's another amazing strat that I came up with was if you actually use the smithing stones, your weapon gets stronger. Which is like huge. Super helpful. I think that's it for now. Alright, let's kill Barney. Fake snow. Does that mean it's not snowing anymore? Oh, I didn't level. I should level. Amazing.
What's wrong with you? I won't... I suppose I have no choice then. Is this what Grace would have of
You
us?
RL1 just to show off. If week 1 had gone well, then maybe. We didn't do so hot on Sunday though.
Hello.
which was super disappointing. Like,
Well, it's rather my
the
mistress.
days leading up
Perhaps
to,
Thug
we
only
were
if
doing
you-
so well,
Oh, to bless a thug, please.
and then Horalu decided to do weird things, and it just threw off everything. Like, the first, like, 80% of the run was, like, really clean. Even, like, 85% of the run was really clean. But the entire back half was not. It really got away from me.
What, are you trying to start? Show me, and I'll consider. I'm not in love with you first.
I almost wonder if, like, the final objective is gonna be, like, a no leveling, like, restriction or something like that. Or if it's just gonna be, like, DLC percent. That would be annoying. I don't think it would be. Like, I think if he added, like, a DLC percent, that would literally only add, like, Ramina and Radon. Everything else that you would have to do, like, for that run, we would have already done already. So I feel like Two Gods is, like, probably not gonna happen. Veil might happen, though. Although I don't know what the objective would be, because if you're only doing Veil, like, that run wouldn't be that long. So I feel like that's probably not going to be what happens. But if it's Veil plus something else, all of a sudden you're, like, really tight on time. So it's like there's a lot of different ways that could potentially end up going. I don't know. I hope it doesn't include, like, too much DLC stuff, because I just have so little practice for, like, any DLC stuff. And it all takes so much effort to learn.
I see here.
So, like, having a week's notice to learn, like, multiple DLC boss fights would actually be an absolute nightmare.
I knew you. I hereby take my hand. Give me. I will.
Like, I've considered, like, starting to practice, like, some DLC stuff, like, just in case. And then, like, I sat down to work on it, and I was like, this is honestly just so much work. And, like, felt like it was just taking time away from, like, runs I knew I had to do, kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Rias, a warrior, perhaps. Will you join YX? Rise with us. Now you but the drawing, but be sure.
Alright, so we can get those equipped, we can get our physics set up, we can level, and then we start fighting. Whatever. What? Hold up. How did I back off early and still get hit there? That makes no sense. Like, in what universe does that ever hit me? That was like, for whatever reason, like I didn't get distance with my roll. That doesn't make sense. Is it not safe to like roll backwards on that? I was like 90% certain that was fine. But maybe I need to just like roll right instead. I did not think that was a thing. Well, like I only hit him twice. And then I rolled out. It was genuinely very confusing. Oh, that was way too early.
But these foolish ambitions.
Yeah, actually, let me watch this. Because what happened? I hit him twice. I walk out. I guess I was angled like slightly to the left, which is like where his knife is like extended to its longest range, I guess? Okay, I'm just gonna dodge that like straight to the right then. Cause like that's definitely not like a greedy thing. That was just like a weird angle. Hmm. That's very weird. Yo, what's up, Bacon? How's it going, dude? Like, this is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
Some Minecraft
thou
tech,
art of
yeah, dude.
passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
That's so weird that you can't just like roll that going straight back. Unless you're like super far away already. Hmm. Yeah, that's very weird.
Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee. It's tightly hooked. The guard you'll breach. Well, but of course. The gate!
Yeah, we had a very abnormal hit where I have like my set opening that I've been doing, and it has been completely fine where the fight starts, I run in, I hit him twice, and then I just like walk out, and it's fine. He gave us like the quick dagger swipe, and for whatever reason, the strat was just like, yeah, this one singular time, this will not work. And obviously those moments are always very fun. Yeah, I honestly don't even really have that much to say about that. Like, that was weird, and I don't really know why it happened. Because that is what we've been doing for the last 3 months of prep that we've been working on these runs. It's very strange that it just stops working. But rolling to the right also seems like a good method. I thought you could do either one, but if I have to roll to the right, like that's fine. We just need to know that. What was that, dude? That's a throw of all time. Can I? There's no way. Why is this suddenly not working? What do you mean by that, Zorb? I don't think so. Like, there's definitely some wonky camera work that happens when you're like close to walls, but we weren't. There's no walls to be close to in that arena. You know what I mean?
Do not stand directly in front of a cannon.
Thanks,
How
Five.
true that is.
Yeah, like the wall shenanigans is definitely a thing, but I would say outside of that, like the camera's pretty consistent. Yeah, like I know what you think, what you're thinking of, like considering other games and such, but yeah, the only weird camera shenanigans that Elden Ring has is like being right up against the wall like this. And it's like, hello. But yeah, outside of that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think because it's very very difficult to ever just give like a solid like yes or no answer for Elden Ring. Like there are a lot of moments where it's like, well, yeah, like most of the time this is what happens, but I don't think I've ever had any moments where like the camera was suddenly just like off doing its own thing. I don't think I've ever seen that for like anyone else either. Which is surprising, given the kind of stuff that you do see in Elden Ring sometimes. But I mean, that's like one of those hits where like you get it in practice and you're like, okay, thank God. Because if that happens on game day, I'm gonna cry. But that's like a really easy save state to like recreate too, and to even just like get it set up to practice that at like low damage. So I can go back later and like test it and see if I can find out what went wrong. And if I can't, then I mean I just dodge to the right and it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't know. That's how I've been dodging that for quite some time, and it's been fine. I don't think like the timing was wrong. Oh, you know what? That is a very good thought. That is worth probably going back and looking at that later. Yeah. Dude, elevation is king in these games. That actually legitimately could be it.
To our home, bathed in rays of gold.
That's interesting. Yeah, because like that little pathway is like elevated higher, like on his end. But I wonder if I like rolled over a piece of armor or something. So where I would usually like roll and be like under the blade, I wonder if I hit something that like bumped me up potentially. That could be a thing. Yeah, lots of possibilities. I'll have to go back and watch the clip again some more. Yeah, elevation is always a very important thing to consider, annoyingly enough. I don't know that I've ever been like elevation memed on Margit before though. That would be a first. Yeah, Fire Giant is a really common one. Godskin Noble is a very common one. If you can believe that. Radahn's a really popular one as well, since his entire arena is just like rolling hills. That's why on Meta's run she goes to like down to the beach area because that section's like so much more flat. And she runs into. I've never seen her do that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the water in this game is so weird. You don't actually die from like the water. What you die from is that once FromSoft has decided, I don't want to program all of this as land, like it's just a sharp drop off and you just hit like a death plane. Like dying in water is essentially just fall damage. Like it's solid ground, solid ground, solid ground, and then suddenly it's just not anymore. And it's just a sharp drop straight down. From falling, yeah. That happens sometimes. If you hit that root for like a little bit, it doesn't always register as like solid ground. No, yeah, it's from falling. I always try to jump like into the wall and like sit there for a second so that it registers as solid ground, but it doesn't always work. So sometimes you just take like that little bit of chip damage. Yeah, it's a little bit goofy. Alright, no worries, Vi. Hopefully you can get some sleep. Tell Hunter to mind his business. I wish telling Hunter to mind his business did literally anything for anyone. It's true. He's always minding your business and my business and the neighbor's business. Very rarely his own. Does Hunter have business? Yes. He should be napping significantly more. He should be eating his dinner.
Welcome. The stars of
And that's about it.
The festival.
Alright, well that's a different kind of business. He's napping in my business. On the phone a lot today? That's the worst, dude. I think it was like last week or the week before. I had a meeting at work that was almost 2 hours long. And even when it ended, we ended up like calling again because like more questions came up. Dude, I was so exhausted after that day. That crap is like my least favorite. Yeah, that does make a massive difference. Being on the phone with people you know versus people you don't. Ugh. Yeah, I'm just not a phone enjoyer personally. Like when I was growing up, I had this one friend who he would literally like call me just to talk. And I'd be like, can we not, dude? Like, I just hate being on the phone. I have always hated being on the phone. Yeah, that's one of those things, right? Like working from home is really nice, but it does come with a couple of drawbacks. Being on the phone is one of them. Yeah, I'm shocked that I don't end up in like conference calls and like meetings and stuff like that, like nearly as much as I actually do. Like this recent meeting that was like 2 weeks ago, that was the first meeting I had been in like 2 or 3 years probably. Like it just never happens anymore. It was a very long time. And like, I guess technically there was one meeting before that, but like they called people into the office for it. So like we all had to like go and like show up at the place. So that wasn't even like a phone call thing. And that was for like some like official like certification training and stuff like that. But yeah, like before that, I want to say like it probably been like 2 or 3 years, which is good because I have like nothing nice to say to like any of those people. That was weird. His footsteps just like stopped. Like the second I stepped out of that room, that was really weird. I had never noticed that. That's funny that there was like no fade out or anything. It was literally just like, oh, you can't hear it anymore. Man. I didn't even bounce off the wall that time. So I was thinking about this part the other day. Usually when the rats like run in front of me, what I end up doing is I like try to jump over them. I think that's like a horrible idea. I'm pretty sure that if I try to jump them, I can like accidentally land on them, and that will like actually aggro them. So I think that's something I should like not do. I'm not certain that's how it works, but that's how it works in other places. So I think it's probably good to assume that that's what happens there as well. Alright, so we need Radahn's great bow and our talisman pouch. Yo, what's up, Winter? Going, dude? So for this one, it's 2 sisters, so we have to kill R'Lana in the DLC, and then we have to kill Rennala, who is a very early game boss, but is also like insanely difficult for no hit, because she has a lot of things that aren't like necessarily attacks, but they like stagger you, which per Team Hitless rules is actually a hit. So like on a casual playthrough, she's not hard at all, but in hit list, you basically want to make sure you have enough damage to like one-shot her, or she's just like absolutely miserable to fight. So like the first half of this run is pretty standard as far as like any percent stuff. Once we get past Morgott, then it starts diverging quite a bit. Once we get past Morgott, we basically like beeline for the DLC, and then come back after the fact to one-tap Renala, and then the run's over. So it doesn't include like Elden Beast or anything like that. Not sure that that was wide enough. Huh? No aggro. I guess it was fine. I didn't like it though. We could do better. Okay, and then we need to equip Jar Shard here so we nuke Gillica appropriately. What are you playing these days, Winter? Are you just grinding Monster Hunter right now? Or are you vibing with something else? No! Oh, that is truly tragic. Yeah, that is also what I've heard. See you in a couple of years. It do be that way. Yeah, that is unlucky. I really can't say anything though. Like I'm literally getting sucked back into Diablo 4. Dude, the new season's so good. At a Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I've heard very good things about it. I just can't bring myself to pay a subscription to play a video game. Like, it just doesn't make sense in my head. Like, I feel like I should be able to buy your game, and then I can play your game. Like, I hate the idea of, like, paying X amount per month. Yeah, free trials, how they get you. I mean, at least you have a job now, though, right? So you do have that going for you. Yeah, like, do they actively, like, update Final Fantasy 14 still? Like, I feel like they had, like, a pretty sizable DLC, like, a couple years ago. But, like, to my knowledge, nothing has happened since. Oh, they do? Okay, well. At least there's that. They have, like, a bunch of paid DLCs, too, though, don't they? That feels kind of scummy, that you have to, like, buy the game and the DLCs, and also pay a subscription fee. Like, that's so much. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you have the money for it and all that kind of stuff, like, there's definitely nothing wrong with it, brother. This stupid thing is trolling me so hard right now. Yeah, like, the only issue I have with it is, like, the fact that, like, if this actually ends up being a good game and I stick with it, then I'm gonna end up having paid, like, $300 to play a game, probably for a less amount of time than I've played Elden Ring, which I paid $60, and then what, the DLC is like 30, maybe 40. So it's like, how much time would I actually have to put in to a game like that for it to actually feel worth it to me? And then I'm like, I have a full-time job, and then my part-time job is playing a different video game. Like, I don't think I could do it. Yeah, I mean, 10,000 hours is quite a bit. I don't think I have 10,000 hours in, like, any game. I'm not sure that I have 10,000 hours if you add, like, all of the hours across every single game I've ever played, honestly. You have 10K in Ark, that's crazy. Like, if anything, I have, like, 10K hours in, like, browsing the Steam store. You know? Like, I struggle to actually play any game for that long, though. Yo, what's up, Eggsy? How about that, huh? What a great game. I love Glint Blades. They're the best. I kind of doubt it. What game do you think? So I think Overwatch is probably, like, my most played game, and I have less than, like, 3,000 in that. Surely that was an isolated incident. I hate to report that the same exact thing almost happened the very next attempt. So no. This will surely happen again. Dang, I wish I could hold on to a game for like 10,000 hours, honestly. Right. I can't believe this is the strat. Yeah, like, I probably get close. That's probably like 7,000, 8,000. Like somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe if you throw like Diablo 3 in there, like we're like scratching like 9,000. But yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, you have to get good in order to avoid the heat-seeking screw you 3000 missile. Because of course. Oh, why are you like this? Just don't be hot. Easy. See, this is why I need chat. You guys just have so many good ideas. Just get good. Just don't be hot. I need to be like writing all this stuff down. Super helpful. See, that's it, Exy. That's it. I'm just not cool enough. Rip. Alright.
Allow me, you are unprevented. The thorns are husk the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide. Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
I'm trying to remember, like, I messed around and, like, leveled up endurance early on one of my recent runs. I think that ended up being bad, though. I was like, oh, extra endurance on Moog is, like, probably helpful. And then I, like, didn't have the damage to kill him before, like, Nihil happened, I think, is what happened. That sounds about right. So I think we continue with the strat of 75 dex, 20 endurance, and then strength. I think that's probably the move still. How's it going, Eggsy? How are your Sekiro runs going? You're working on, like, sword only Shura now, right? Terrible. Yeah, dude, it's a hard game. Six months, yeah. I mean, sword only is like, that's a brutal run. That game is like very specific in the way it wants you to respond to like literally everything. And like even though that's a shorter run, like it's still a lot to know. Yeah, 100%. Like I was running AP1 Shura offline for a bit, and I was like watching someone else do like sword only, so I was like no skills and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, how does this actually change the way like you do all these fights? So I booted up the game and like I tried it and I was like, oh my god, everything is so different. So that's definitely like a crazy run to go for. Props to you for sticking with it. I'm not sure that I would. I'm not sure that I would actually ever run sword only. I think like the skills and stuff is what makes Sekiro like enjoyable for me. So I feel like if I took that out, like I just wouldn't enjoy the game. Oh, you're not doing no skills. I didn't realize sword only included skills. Okay. Okay, so you're like not using like sugars and prosthetics and stuff like that. Okay, so you have okay, I got you. I got you. I mean that does help, but like you're still like mortal drawless, right? Surely there's no argument that like mortal draw is your sword. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that does make it like a little bit better, but that's still like a monster of a run. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Sekiro rules are always a little bit funny to me. Like, I still go into streams where people are, like, running Shura, and I, like, look at the title, and I'm like, I'm not sure what this run is, because this math equation is, like, foreign to me. Would only change a couple of fights, really? Yeah, I'm not super Sekiro familiar. Like, I learned by one run, and then that was about it for me. Yeah, exactly, Zorp. That is exactly what, like, stream titles for Sekiro runners look like. I'm like, dang, we in here doing some rocket science, bro. Yeah, Sekiro's a lot of fun, but as soon as you start like adding restrictions of like any kind, like it's so hard. I mean, let's be honest, even without the restrictions, it is very hard. I think that's like my most attempted run that I ever got was just Shura. I think I was like 180 attempts or something like that. And that's not even counting like the number of times I died to like Genny 1. Alright, so just straight to Nile at this point. And then we need the other medallion as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I'm sitting here and like being honest with like every run that I actually reset, like including like Genny 1, like I'm probably looking at closer to like, I don't know, like 230. Like there were a lot of times where like I just got stuck on him, especially at the beginning, like the first like week or two. I would get stuck on him for like hours at a time. Like it was not good. Never really had a lot of issue with Genny 2 for whatever reason. I don't know if that's just like the addition of like Mikiri just kind of like solved that fight for me mentally, but yeah, that's perfectly valid, I think. Yeah, I was running AP1 offline, and then Numa asked me to learn like 8 different runs, and I was like, that might be a little bit much. have to do floating passage a certain way. What do you mean by that? You know, Exy, it's so funny to me that you would say that because I was literally in Kelp Stream the other day, and I was talking about how when I did my AGR run, Melania did not give me a waterfowl. I got that run with 0 waterfowls. Last weekend, when I was playing my match in the league, I once again got no waterfowls. And I'm like, dude, at this point, I feel like I'm cornered. I have to run all remembrances because I don't have a run with a waterfowl dodge in it yet. I haven't proved that that's a thing I can do. So I totally feel you on that one. Like, can you imagine being a hitless runner and being out here, like, being upset that you did not get a waterfowl? Like, what is that? What do these games do to us that make us this way, you know? That's crazy. Yo, what's up, Trev? How's it going, dude? Yes, always blame the game. Yo, Shiro, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I will be with you in just a moment, sir. No way, actually. That's crazy. Nah, you're good, dude. Welcome in. Hope Churro was treating you well. I'm gonna go ahead and get you a shout out here. How were runs? Hope they went well. But welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Zephyr. Zeph, either one is fine. I am a challenge runner. I do speed runs, no hits, all that kind of stuff. We are currently working on a run for a hitless league that I'm a part of. That's totally valid and necessary. This is a mod. So it's not quite a game overhaul, just has a few extra added weapons. Yeah, Nile sucks, dude. No one likes Nile. Yeah, thank you for that, Eggsy. You can check out the mod there. But I'm using it as part of a league that I'm participating in. And it's to showcase this weapon mod pack as well as raise money for Games for Love, which is very, very cool. Yeah, it's such a dope weapon. I love it.
Please no. You merciless brutes.
But we're currently working on the Two Sisters objective, which means we need to kill R'Ellana in the DLC and Rennala in base game with as few hits as possible. We're headed to DLC now. And we need to make sure we complete our objective in under 3 hours. We're about an hour 27 right now, so we've got plenty of time with only a couple of bosses left. Very nice. This run's coming along pretty well. I've run it 2 times already today, and both times got a single hit to R'Larna, which is pretty par for the course at this point. She's a very tricky boss. She's very fast. She's got a lot of different moves and branching paths that she can do out of each move, and it's a lot to know. But we are slowly getting more and more consistent at her. And hopefully by Sunday, we will be good to go. My own script, brother, there is no script. The script is don't get hit. Alright, that wasn't quite right. I think I turned in like too sharp after I like jumped off the tree. I don't think I've ever seen that guy in my life. I've heard him. I've not seen him, so that's something to be aware of. I hate consecrated snowfields so much. I know other people have like a different path that most people use. I have a lot of trouble learning stuff like that because when I watch other people do it, I'm just staring at a white screen. And I'm like, I have no idea what you just did. I had a massive amount of problems working on Dark Souls 1, the Tomb of the Giant section, where it's just like completely black. It took me so long to learn that. And I was attempting to learn like the pathing that everyone else uses, and like I just couldn't figure it out. I just had to like go in there and just like jump off the edge and find out what I wanted to do personally, and that's what I ended up going with. Yeah, Snowfield sucks, dude. Like, it's very pretty, but why does it have to be like this? I hate being snowblind. That's like the worst feeling. Let's do it again. I hate when they do that. Have you ever played Dark Souls 2, Xe? I'm always curious to find out if like people are actually Dark Souls 2 enjoyers or haters. Or if people just kind of like meme on it because like that's what you do. Because I actually played Dark Souls 2 recently for like the first time, and I honestly didn't think it was that bad. Horse Fun Valley, yes. Of course that's what we were calling it. And can you believe that they do this in 2 different places in this game? Yeah, I think that's pretty valid. It's just wild to me where some people are like, oh my gosh, like Dark Souls 2 is so bad. And then they'll also in the same breath be like, Dark Souls 1 is really good though. I'm like, brother, what is wrong with you? It does. It does have very strange movement. I will 100% agree with you on that. Thank you, Zorb. Yeah, the movement isn't the issue that I have with Dark Souls 1. It's literally everything else. Like, I ran Dark Souls 1 until I got it. Yo, it's true. What's up, gamers? I can spell. I can totally spell. Nope. It auto-filled the wrong one. So feel free to ignore me shouting out my brother. That's totally fine. Yo, what's up, Drew? How's it going? How were the DLC Batman runs? I was able to drop in for a little bit before I started, but not much before. Winter Clockwork Rain. It's too funny. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Hope we're enjoying our Wednesday evening. Pelicans, I keep forgetting to tell you, you clipped that, like, when I died to the Melania waterfowl. I posted it to YouTube and it got like 3,000 views, dude. So thank you for that. OBS, really? That's crazy. For like 3 seconds. That sucks, dude. I am so sorry. How my line through here is safe? Which part are we talking about? Are we talking about like the run up or like the run through? If that makes sense. Yeah, also what Zorb said. Oh. Yeah, so basically all I do is right where like the Sanguine Noble is about to spawn, you kind of walk up kind of close to that, hugging the wall. You just gambit, and then he kind of spawns like a bit further down that hallway. So as long as you run and you kind of keep that corner between him and you, he loses interest in you very quickly. Like it, I don't know how Twitch does it. I don't know if they allow everyone to like rewind the VODs and stuff like that. But if you watch, like after I grab that rune, like my stamina just like stops draining. I mean, yeah, almost definitely. I mean, I don't think anything in this game is like 100% safe. Like, I'm not a believer that literally any strat that anyone does is 100% consistent. Like, I think that's a really good thing to aim for. I'm not sure that it exists. Yeah, all I do is I try to keep like that wall between us. So like even though I'm gambited and stuff, like he can't actually see me. Like that's like my main goal. So like I run up, I take that right, and I kind of like hug the left wall. And if you're able to like rewind the VOD, then you can see like how quickly like my stamina actually starts like regenning and stuff. Pelicans. Yeah, that's crazy, Drew. I'm so sorry, dude. Is that like a long run? Hopefully that's not like a crazy... Like, you were at the end of like a 2-hour ordeal and then like the thing just like cuts out. That would suck. Like, even if it was like a 40-minute run, like that still sucks, but... Okay, yeah, that's not too bad, at least. Man, that's brutal. Are you gonna like go for it again, or are you like... Do you feel like you got the run and like that's good enough for you kind of thing? You're gonna try again, alright. Yeah, that's so frustrating though. You know, I could have shackled him there. In fact, I probably should have, because I'm pretty sure my Exalted Flesh is just gone at this point. I mean, bat damage is still the same. Surely it's fine. Nope. Oh, my my controller disconnected. What does leaving this fight look like? This, I guess? Okay. Yeah, I waited too long to shackle him the first time. Hopefully this still works without the flesh. I also feel like I'm like missing damage. This is a wired controller, yeah. I have another one, but like I didn't want to swap controllers like mid-competition and get used to like a new feeling. Yeah, I think like Golden Vow might have even worn off there too. Surely. Oh. My damage is much different here. I don't know what I did. I choked something very hard. I might have to revisit that. Thank you for GG's. We do lose like a couple of runes there. Nothing like crazy though. Setup 2, it's the best, dude. Alright, crap, that took it out of my... Yeah, it did. That's annoying. Okay. Setup 2. It's not nearly as bad, which is fortunate. Like, this setup is only like 15-20 minutes. It's not like an hour like the first one is. So there is that. And then, like, on top of that, if I was good at Rolana, like, we could do it even shorter. Because I could, like, cut out some of the blessings and stuff like that, but I'm not, so we're going for blessing level 9 here. I think we've determined that this guy has no ranged moves, right? I'm pretty sure. Should I have gambited first? Probably, honestly. This thing can detect you from, like, stupid far away. And I don't feel like it actually reset its position here. I'm a little bit nervous. Because I don't want to, like, pull this bird either. Cat ad, let's go. Finally getting their advertising right. I'm fairly certain we gambit going up this way as well. I think you like go to the end of this wall. Gambit. There's like a bunch of guys like on the stairs or something. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is the third time I've run this route today. I have not done second setup today. I just cheated everything in. It is important to go through. It is just really boring. Listen, When used appropriately, ER tool is a very beautiful thing. I don't want to run around for 20 minutes while I'm trying to practice picking things up, you know what I mean? I want to just go to Rolana and fight her. Cheating is a gift a man gives himself. That is a wild sentence right there. You thought I love setup? I'm not sure who told you that. It certainly wasn't me. Who doesn't love setup? I don't love setup. And that is how my Flame Grant Me Strengthless runs came to be. Oh, it's a Simpsons quote. Gotcha. You know, I saw a while ago that they put The Simpsons on Hulu, and I was like, you know, that's supposed to be like a classic, and I've literally never seen it. Like, I should watch this. And they were like, yes, we have season 34. And I'm like, I don't want to start at season 34. And like, that was all they had, too. Like, it was just the one season, and it was super late. It might not have been 34 specifically. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like a mega late season. Yeah, I was like, if you have The Simpsons, like, why don't you just have The Simpsons? Why is it like a specific season? Season 20-something. That's so many seasons, though. Like, that's so much. I don't think we actually need this grace anymore. Because we don't come back to go to, like, Cerulean Coast. So I think we can just, like, grab this and dip. I always forget where you're supposed to take the turn. Is it here? That didn't feel good. That made me feel like I maybe should have grabbed that grace, actually. And then I love this part, where you drop like right in front of that one bat. Ooh. I can control the horse, that's fine. We're almost done, guys. There's like 5 or 6 more pickups, and they're all pretty on top of each other. And then we get to go back to Raya Lucaria and one-tap everybody. That's like the fun part. I'm not supposed to have fun in Hitless? That's good, because I don't have a lot of fun in Hitless. I'll be honest with you, Eric. How's it going, dude? I think I saw your name in chat earlier, but something else was happening and I forgot to say hello. But I hope you're doing well, dude. Against the rules. Fun is a hit, actually. It is essentially classified as a trap. I think I have to gambit for this part. I think if I don't gambit, the curse blade like comes out here. Let's go with that. I think this gets us to like 7. Only 6. I didn't forget anything, did I? Yo, what's up, Spectre? How's it going, dude? The coat making you nervous. That is valid and fair. Dude, the DLC goats are like so nasty for no reason. Long day, I feel that. I feel that. This is my 3rd run through of this objective today, and I'm like 1 hit to Rolana on every single one of them. Alright, so there's this one, there's 2 over there, and then there's like 1 behind us, and then setup is over. Like, these goats specifically are messed up. These suckers just be rolling around. And I'm not convinced that they care that I have Beast Torch. Like, I'm just not sold on it. You know, I would believe if that was the case. Okay. Okay, that was good. That was good. Well done.
Those stripped of the grace of
That's
gold
crazy
shall all
work.
meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
This guy. Alright, so there's setup. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit next to these goats. I'm literally just gonna like do the skip and then finish upgrading. Thank you for GG's. 2 setups and 1 run, guys. How blessed are we? Dude, I wish I knew how to like bow cancel. It takes everything in me to not like swing at the wall when I land there. Because I know if I do, I'm gonna like attract that knight, and that's gonna be bad, but... Honestly, Spectre, I like it way more. That ledge is a lot bigger. And then if you like that, you might also like a clock or a counterclockwise waterfowl dodge. Something to think about. Go on. Don't be a jerk. Like every time, dude. Are you kidding? Why did that one take so long to do anything, brother? If I get hit like that, like day of, it is literally specifically going to be because of a glint blade. I just want to like say that now. Like I don't think there is literally any other way at this point that I'm gonna get hit in this fight. Unless it's just some glint blade just doing whatever it wants to. Like, Did that glint blade just like not go off with all the other ones, or did that one circle around again? Like I don't even know what happened there. If anyone is able to like go back and clip that, I would greatly appreciate it. But if not, I'll go back and look at it after stream. But like, it just didn't go off. Cool. I love when that happens. That's the best, dude. Okay. Moving on. Yeah, like it just makes no sense. Like why would that be a thing? Like the ones that she casts in front of her, like she summons them and then she sends them out. The ones on her head are on a timer. So like if you're on a timer, you should be going off at the same time as like the other 6. Like what are we doing here? It didn't circle around. Okay, so like it literally just sat there. 'Cause screw you. I love it. Like everything else about that fight, like I can work around. Literally everything else. But if like a glint blade just decides it's gonna frame trap me, like, oh well, guess I lose. Like, I hate it. And it's like that's why we don't fight like Gideon and stuff, like in any percent. Like we just make sure we can kill him before he finishes monologuing, you know? I think that super depends, Exy, because it depends on like what follow-up she does. Like usually when she does like both sets of glint blades at the same time, you can roll it and it's fine. I've never had one just like lag out like that. That's a first. Yeah, like the frame traps are just like unreal. Yeah, I actually did mess around with like Vow the Indomitable for this fight, and yeah, it was just kind of like a coin flip. Like in the same way, like if you couldn't have rolled it, like you probably couldn't have vowed it either, is basically the solution that I came to. She saw the pin and she was like, you know what? I'll do it again. Yeah, it's just so annoying. Yep, that's one of my favorites. So one thing that I started doing was when I walked in, I would kind of just like sit in the doorway for a little bit. And then if she was to use like the glint blades over her head, I would literally just like wait out the timer. Because when you're that far away, it seems like she's not going to like charge at you or anything. So I was like, okay, cool. Until I was sitting back in the doorway because she glint bladed. And then she followed it up with like the glintstone arc that she can throw at you. Tell me how the glintstone arc got stuck on the wall. I rolled that crap, and when I stood up, it was still there, and I died. I'm like, dude, like, there's literally just nothing you can do about, like, some of her attacks. Like, literally nothing. Yeah, it was like, the front of it hit the wall, and, yeah, she has 2. She has 2. I also learned about that. That was not fun. But yeah, it like hit the wall, and instead of just like disappearing, it kind of just like lagged out and sat there for a second, and then like my roll ended and it was still there. So I was like, oh, okay, sick. And then I had another moment where I was like behind her, and instead of doing like the slow turn like she has done every single other time, she poked while facing the other direction, but at the end of the animation, she didn't turn. She like teleported and was just suddenly facing me. I was like, oh, that's insane. All right, cool. I guess we're doing that as well. I no worries, actually. Appreciate you dropping in and hanging out. Hope you have a good night, and I appreciate the good luck. Yeah, there's just like so much just straight up crap that can happen in that fight, and I don't really know what I want to do about it yet. Oh, I should drink. Imagine I throw those 2 sleep pots and then I don't have enough for my ash. Yeah, I do not see phase 2 at all. If I see phase 2 in the live run, like, I'm literally just dead. I haven't practiced it. I've done nothing. But like for the most part, like I feel like I'm responding to like her moves correctly. But it's just like sometimes there's the move and glint blades. And there's like a couple of things I've found that can like be helpful. Cause like I can roll and then like I can like roll and then like lightning quick step. And like sometimes that allows me to like chain 2 dodges together like faster than just like rolling twice. So like I can do that in some very specific spots. But it's like, this is a modded weapon. I should be able to do this without using something that is not actually part of the game. But like I'm feeling pretty good about all my like strafing and like spacing and all that kind of stuff. It is still like really easy to mess up like a couple of the moves where it's a lot longer than it looks like they should be. But I feel like for the most part, I've got a pretty good grasp on it. Really? The book had to spawn directly in front of me. Yeah. And now it's just like I struggle to care. That's crazy. Okay, so I apparently cannot run straight at that one. I didn't know that. Or I guess I could if I like responded to it in time. That might be an issue. Now what? Like I'm literally just like not gonna get this kid again. Oh no, I did. Okay. This is a misplay on my part. So yeah, I guess if I get like that, like 2 or 3 o'clock kid, like I can't just run at her and then whack her. I have to just wait for like the first book or two, and then it's fine. That's annoying. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess at this point, like, all we really do is just run Rolana over and over again, right? She's kind of the whole run. I think Renala will be fine. I just wasn't aware of that specific, like, a nuance to that certain kid spawning, but that's fine. Everything else feels pretty good, so. Yeah, so like I was idling like in the door, but apparently if she throws like the glintstone arc, it just gets stuck on the wall and then you just die. I didn't get the run. I think my finger might have slipped. I don't think I actually pushed the button. I might have just taken that too wide, honestly. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's like, no matter what I end up doing in this fight, it never ends up being, like, feeling consistent, right? Like, every time we get it, I'm like, well, I didn't get frame trapped. It wasn't too bad. We had another Glintblade incident, if you can believe it. And then I was talking through Renala, so I got hit by, like, every book. Because I don't actually feel like that's something I super need to worry about. I was kind of just like, I just want to get more Rolana practice in. Which is dumb, like... The whole run is in fact part of the run. So I should be playing it better than that, but... I wasn't. Yeah, it's a banger, huh? Dude. Lockheed Martin. Yeah, for real, dude. Yeah, that's... So, what actually happened on this run that we just did was she did the glint blades over her head, and then immediately did the glint blades, like, out in front of her. And then all of the glint blades went at the same time, except for one of them. One of them didn't fire off for some reason. And then she lunges at me. I roll to dodge it, and then immediately get frame trapped by the other glint blade that didn't go off for whatever reason. It's like, like, what do you do? Like, this boss is just so intent on just, like, making sure that you get frame trapped. And I'm just, like, so confused on what you're supposed to do in so many of these scenarios. I also don't know how that hit me. Yeah, this fight just feels like such a coin flip. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, literally every boss that has glint blades, like Loretta, Gideon, Red Wolf, all of them feel super bad. Oh, yikes. So she's gonna glint blade here. And it's like, I don't know, a fight like that, it seems like it should feel good, but I'm just like, yeah, I didn't get frame trapped. I don't know, like, I'm not sure that I really feel like I have a lot of control over, like, what's happening in this fight. Really? I don't know, probably a glint blade, honestly. Some glint blade that she threw at me like six attempts ago finally circled back. Like, I guess my spacing was like a little bit bad there, but dude. Like, she's just so quick. I don't even know. I don't even know. This is a rough one. Like, I feel like I've learned what I need to learn, and it's just like a matter of reps at this point. But like, I'm still sitting here, like, looking at this fight, trying to figure out, like, what I'm missing. Because it feels like I must be missing something. Jerk. Oh. Okay. She might, okay. I don't know, like, part of me is sitting here thinking, like, well, we could, like, play the fight safer. And then I'm like, could we, though? Like, if this fight is longer, that just gives her more opportunities to just, like, frame trap us. Like, I don't think playing the fight safer actually makes it safer. That was a very early roll. Like, at least something like that, I can be like, okay, I misplayed. That's fine. Rolana's shackle, for real. Yeah, it's just a tough fight, man. I've spent so much time practicing this fight today. And like, what sucks is the fact that like the glint blades isn't even like a ranged punishment. Like, it's not like she does that because you're far away and she's trying to like punish you from trying to play at range. Like, she'll literally be right next to you and like just glint blade. Like there doesn't really seem to be anything I can do. Just be like, oh, we just gotta make sure like she doesn't have an opportunity to do it. Like, she just does it if she feels like it. Which is just madness. Well, like, I'm sure she does Glint Blade if you're too far away, but, like, she also just does it. And like there's also moments where she will back away from you specifically to cast Glint Blades. So it's not like I can just like play super aggressive and make sure I'm in her face all the time to prevent it from happening. You know what I mean? Like it happens a lot. I'm sure I could probably point it out like on this attempt. That was nasty over. What the heck, dude? See, like right here, she just jumps away from me. Like I can't prevent her from backing off. That was very early. Oh, I still killed her here? Yeah, this is fine. Okay. But yeah, she has one combo finisher that she can do where she like swings her sword like straight up basically and then jumps backwards, and that is almost always followed by like casting Glint Blades. Like I'm standing directly in front of her. And she's like, "Yep, Glint Blade time." I'm like, ma'am. Like, so Glint Blades. That's just like a combo ender. Like, that's not anything I did. Oh my god. This is the worst one. Like, it is very easy to get frame trapped just based on, like, the distance. I mean, that ultimately looked pretty good. Like, chill out, dude. I pressed the button. That was kind of lucky. I probably shouldn't have gone for the second weapon art there, even. It is very likely that she goes into like her like sword spin move there at the beginning of like her phase transition. It is not guaranteed. So it's usually you want to hit her twice while she's like imbuing her swords, I guess is probably the word for it. And then you have to pause. And then you wait to see if she's actually going to do the spin, and that's when the third one comes out. Ah. I don't know. This is like one of those fights where like it feels okay after I've been sitting here doing it for 20 minutes. But like I'm not really gonna get that like on game day. You know what I mean? Like sure, I can warm up, but then I have like a 2-hour run. Holy combos on combos, bro. Dude. That was a little close. That was also a little close, if we're being honest. Really? Dude, it almost feels like Friday's stream should literally just be Rolana practice for like 3 hours. That's insane. Yo, what's up, Tess? How's it going? Tough to argue that one, dude. It's like, which one's better, a magic sword or a fire sword? Clearly both. Better yet, have 5. Yo, what's up, Kelp? Thank you for good luck. I don't know if you know this. This boss kinda sucks. Brother! Come on. From the most random nap? Heck yeah. Yeah, you know, that's where I was. And then, like, Glintblade things started happening. And I was like, oh, this is, like, really bad, actually. Like, if there is anyone in chat who has not watched the video in the pinned, like, I highly recommend you do so, because what is that? No, so there's actually, like, she's in, like, her little legacy dungeon, right? You can actually skip that entire thing. So this run is essentially, like, rush DLC, collect the shadow fragments, and then fight Rolana, so that you have enough levels to, like, one-tap Renala. And that's essentially what this entire run is. It's so crazy, right? Like, how do you even prepare for something like that? Oh yes, and watch out for the Glintblade that may or may not come back. Like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'll just keep my eye out for that. Yes, Glintblades are in fact absolutely horrendous for every single boss that has them. I'm looking at Loretta, I'm looking at Red Wolf, I'm looking at Gideon, I'm looking at Rolana. Just saying. Oh. Dude, how is she still doing new stuff, dude? I didn't know she could, like, combo out of that. I thought that was it. The Formula 1 turn is wild, bro. Yeah, like, in that moment, I was like, man, I wish Elden Ring had, like, a replay feature on its own, because I want to be, like, a camera just, like, directly over the arena. I want to see the journey that Glintblade went on. They're also OP when you have them. I have not found that to be the case. Like, I know that they were, like, a massive part of, like, scripting for, like, the any percent for a while. But, like, they got, like, a massive nerf, didn't they? Like, I remember when I was jumping into, like, the Elden Ring any percent run, and Like, the video I watched said, like, there was like a note on it when you got to the Malekith part. And they were basically like, yeah, so like we used to do this Glintblade strat. It doesn't really work anymore though, because of a recent patch. So you'll have to figure out something else here. And I was like, oh. And that's how I ended up just like learning and fighting like all of the bosses. That was so idiotic. Okay. From the perspective of the Glintblade, yeah. Yeah, I honest to God just could not tell you what actually happened there. It was kind of insane. You think you're allergic to that? You might be a no-hit runner. Ugh. That was a little too tight, I think. World's worst, let's go. I know, right? It's not too bad. For whatever reason, the tap ash actually does so much more poise damage than like the actual ash that takes much longer to cast. It's really, really weird. The hitbox with it can be a little bit janky, so this is a bit nerve-wracking. It's not as free as it looks like it should be. But yeah, fortunately, like, we straight up just, like, don't see Phase 2 in this fight at all. Which means we only ever get a maximum of 6 Glintblades instead of, like, 19. Man. It's always, like, whenever I mess up spacing, it's always on that attack. I think I'm, like, turning back to try to, like, strafe under her swords, like, too early. The jump attacks. It's really not that hard. Like, more than anything, it's just, like, experimenting with what you can and can't jump over. Like, the major thing is just that it looks really cool. You usually sacrifice damage on it, honestly. Like, a jump R1 does not do as much damage as, like, anything else. But it's just all about the vibes, you know? Oh, that's weird. Oh, R1 just doesn't happen there? Okay. Very cool. Ooh, I should have waited there. That was a little bit dumb. Yeah, so it's really weird. I get, like, an extra, like, 150 damage per hit when she's, like, standing in the pool in the middle. It's like about 150 damage is like the difference if I hit her when she's like centered versus like on the edge. I've not really noticed like a damage difference like when it's raining versus when it's not. I've heard it's supposed to make a difference. It doesn't seem to though. Yeah, Scorpion Charm is the most like important thing that I get as far as like any buffs. So that's gonna be like a staple on every single run. I think the only talisman that gets swapped out on any of these runs is going to be Blue Dancer for Gaius specifically. And Gaius only. But yeah, everything else is going to be Blue Dancer, Ritual Sword, Lightning Scorpion, and Jar Shard. Yeah, Gaius isn't bad. It took a long time to figure out like what to do on like almost every single one of his attacks, but like once you know, it actually does feel pretty consistent. But like I went into like learning him being like, oh, this is gonna suck. Like I hated Gaius on like my first DLC playthrough. But actually like sitting down and like figuring out what I wanted to do, like once I figured it out, like he got pretty consistent pretty quick. Unlike this little jerk. And Mesmer. Mesmer is still very difficult. He's just so fast and his timings are just so awkward. Alright, I get to hit her like 1 or 2 more times and then she transitions. Why are you like this, bro? That's what I'm talking about. Screw Glintblades, dude. Ah. You know, I actually never fought initial Gaius. Like before he got patched and stuff. I did my entire first DLC playthrough on stream, and I was streaming like 2 days a week. So I didn't get to Gaius until like way later. It took me forever to find him. And even then, like, I still hated him. Like, I could not figure out, like, any of that stuff. It felt like when I finally did kill him, like, I just got lucky. I did fight Consort before he got patched, though. Good lord. That was a very early jump. I'm surprised I did not get hit there. Okay. Alright. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I just don't know. Let me load up Renala again. Make sure we can do this like a couple of times in a row. And then speaking of Gaius, we should probably like run through Gaius a couple of times. We have not fought him for a little bit at this point. That is not Renala. Okay. a little tight. Okay. I would like to do this successfully like 3 times in a row, probably. And one more. Oh, that's not right. I don't want to staff form for this. That would be, like, bad, actually. Dude, this damage gives us so much time. That's so nice. Yeah, this will be fine. I just have to pay attention when we're doing it, which I was not after having gotten tagged by Rolana in such a stupid way. Okay, so yeah, let's do Gaius. I have actually neglected Gaius very hard recently, and as consistent as he's gotten, I don't think he's free by any means, right? Why are my saves like this? Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. That actually still feels really good. Ooh, that was early. I love when I jump off the horse and it eats my R1, dude. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I did not know that I could not get 3 R1s in there. I was relatively certain I could, actually. Alright, we don't need to get this down, like, super clean right now. But good to just do, like, a refresher here and there. Alright, let's run Morgott real quick. So we do have the script for him now, so we should make sure we're clean on it. Alright, that was kind of just like blessed RNG. That didn't feel like it counted. Let's go again. Yeah, I mean, like, as long as we can force that attack, I feel pretty good about it. Oh. I didn't consider that. I hadn't had the weapon art miss there yet. Good to know it can happen. I guess instead of like prioritizing R1s there, I should have just like used the Ash again. That would have made him like killable before the transition, I think. Yeah. Didn't result in a hit, so like it's fine, but definitely good to make a mental note of that. That feels consistent. I've been working on Godfrey, like low damage as well, because we never should have got hit on Godfrey. That was a bit crazy. That's kind of good, right, Kelp? That's kind of good. Pelicans actually helped me out with that one. I was like, does anyone know a way to bait out helicopters specifically? And I learned some stuff. Yeah, Morgoth's a good one because he has like a lot of breakpoints. That makes it like very interesting to work around. Like even someone who doesn't really enjoy script so much, like I don't, like it is still like satisfying to have like something for him that works. Okay, jerk. What even happened there? Yeah, it's very specific. So if you can believe it, the way that script does exactly enough damage is I level my weapon to +9, and then I take off all of my talismans, and I use only Radagon's Sword Seal. And that gives me the exact right amount of damage where I can actually stagger him without transitioning him. If I don't do that, that script doesn't work at all. It's like painfully precise. Yeah, it is. Um, it sucks because like I feel like I might have to do something different on the non-DLC runs. Because on DLC runs I use Radahn's Remembrance for the Great Bow, but on the others I don't. So it's like I'm gonna have to figure out what those extra levels actually do, and if that like is enough to throw it off. Like levels don't really give you a lot of damage, so like I'm anticipating that it'll be fine, but we will actually have to like look at it and figure it out. Elden Ring bad allegations. I hate that hitbox so much, dude. Alright, let's just do this normal at like +10 and see if we can even do it that way. Okay. Oh, you're just gonna idle, huh? Very helpful of you. Why can't I do this today? I love getting hit by the most random things and then it becoming a giant mental block. I don't like it. Like, in what universe does this move become difficult to dodge? This has never been an issue. Like, that's so easy. How do I choke that like 3 times in a row? Yo, what's up, Joe? How's it going?
Thy strength.
I, for one, am shocked. Is that a lightning weapon pun? Yeah, for real, right, Cope? Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, I can confirm with myself that I am aware of how this fight actually works. Good one, Joe. Good one. Oh, where are you going? Yeah, yeah. That's what I wanted. I wanted a backstab. Imagine. Dude, I'm like right here now. Like I love when FromSoft gives you a nice big flat arena and then you just end up fighting in the corner the whole time. Not too far. Dude, what was that lineup? I like turned the corner and realized that entire back section was covered and I wasn't looking at him for the Q. I do, yeah. I do. I just figured I could probably walk into that corner and it would be fine. I just didn't see that it was like all covered and he wasn't on my screen. How's it going, Petri? Hope you're doing well, dude. Yeah, no, personally, the corner like sucks. Unless we're talking about like cake, because then you get like extra frosting. But in like any other scenario, I do not want the corner. Why are you like this? Yo, what's up, Giggity? Dude. I don't know what my problem is. I'm just like dodging so early. I was worried I wasn't gonna have room in this corner for a second there. Oh, what was that? Yeah, I hate that claw combo. Like, I know what to do, I just react to it so slowly. Which is crazy, because, like, you can see him, like, warming it up for, like, a solid 5 seconds. Like, it's not like it's an attack that comes out, like, particularly fast, but... I struggle pretty hard with it for some reason. Oh, really? Okay. I always thought you were supposed to roll right. Maybe that's my issue then. Yeah, I was going for like a roll around. I may have messed that up given the fact that like I'm not locked on. This is like a fairly new thing that I've been working on. This is usually what I do when I take like a really bad hit on a boss. I'll like force myself to fight them at low damage while not locked on. That's not what I wanted.
Tarnished warrior. 'Twas nobly fought.
Agreed. A knight in armor. I actually read something fairly recently that talked about how people vastly misunderstood how comfortable armor was and how it wasn't actually like super bulky and stuff like that. So potentially comfortable? I don't know. I don't know how true this statement was, but I read it, so there you go. Oh really, Joe? I don't really know Bloodborne that well. I've played a little bit of it. I like hijacked my brother's PlayStation, but I didn't get very far. I want to say I got to and beat Bloodstarved Beast, I think. Did I fight Amelia? I might have fought Amelia. I don't remember. That was weird. Nice. Alright, well, that wasn't to the left. What the heck? Okay. Oh god. Yeah, that's what it looked like. I didn't realize he had anything like that. I've not seen that. Oh, that's interesting, Jode. Yeah. That was like one of the first things I clocked when I like went and played Dark Souls 1 for the first time. Got to the very first boss, Asylum Demon, and I was like, dude, like this is literally an Erdtree avatar. Like it's literally the same thing. It's kind of funny how like even across games they end up like reusing a lot of bosses and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I played Elden Ring first. I've only played Dark Souls 1 like recently. Oh. But I had someone recently point out to me how what is it? The Leonine warriors are like a scaled back version of like Gale, which was like a very weird thing to realize was like insanely true. Like a lot of Leonine's attacks are literally just ripped straight from Gale, like literally the same. They don't have as much, but almost every single attack, like you can look at Gale and be like, oh yeah, that's this attack just minus like the soul mass or whatever, which is pretty wild. Can you not parry Gale? Huh. But yeah, basically, like, not every attack that Leonine has, but, like, almost all of his jumping attacks are, like, frame for frame, like, the same. Which was really interesting, considering Gale is like such a major boss in Dark Souls 3 and Leonine's kind of just like there. Why do I know these moves? Yeah, I'm sure there's like a lot of other examples that like we literally just like fight all the time and don't realize that it's also like this other boss. What they did with imps? What did they do with imps? Am I not a knower? Ah. I tried to jump to the side so I wouldn't get stomped, but that was a bit aggressive. DS. Oh. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I honestly hadn't even put that together. You're so right though. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like I had noticed that like the hollows in Dark Souls 1, they have like that crazy like sword swinging attack. That's basically the same attack that the imps have in the catacombs and stuff. Like it's almost literally exactly the same. That one I had noticed. That's so interesting. Yeah, keep that stuff hush hush though. The last thing I need is to listen to more people complain about how Elden Ring is all reused bosses. Alright, let's do a little bit more R'Lana and we'll probably call it a night there. Man. My dude, Night Rain literally has a reused game name. I don't know how original you can really expect. You know what I mean? Like, it is literally called Elden Ring. Ah. Halo 3, there you go. See, it happens everywhere. People out here acting like FromSoft is the only one who uses the same door opening animation for all their games, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, you think about it and you're like, okay, Elden Ring is like this massive open world game, right? There's 165 bosses. Like, I don't think it's crazy that sometimes you see the same boss like more than once. Like, the avatars make sense. You see an avatar, you're like, oh, I'm gonna kill this and I'm gonna get a physic tier. Like, that's, to me, like, that's good game design. Where, like, you can look at this boss and be like, okay, I kind of know what I'm gonna get. Do I feel like that's gonna be worth it? Yes or no? And that could, like, that on its own tells you whether that boss is worth fighting or not. But I don't know. People complain that, like, well, you fight Godskin Noble in Volcano Manor, and you can fight Apostle in like the Dragon Burrow Tower or whatever. But then like you fight him as like Godskin Duo later, like that's just bad design. And it's like, is it though? Is it bad design to teach the player like how to fight them separately before you teach them how to like that you have to fight them together? Like I don't think that's like the worst thing in the world. I don't know. Yeah, see like that's how I feel about it. Like I'm not against fighting the same boss like a time or two. Like if you have like a crazy variety, which I think Elden Ring does. Like, I'm not mad that there's 165 bosses and 3 of them are Red Wolf. Like, I legitimately think that's perfectly fine. Like, I'm not mad that Margit is Morgott, because they are slightly different. They're not the same fight. And I feel like that's how you usually end up, like, identifying, like, a more casual Elden Ring player, where they're like, oh, there's repeat bosses, like, you fight Margit and Morgott. And it's like, brother, it's not the same fight, though. Oh yeah, I 100% agree that they're different, Vetri. I waited and I saw that the animation was different and I pushed the button anyway because I suck. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think they could have made the world a little bit smaller because, like, so much of it is optional, but it's annoying to have to run past like 20 minutes of optional to get to the next requirement. Like that complaint I get. But like the fact that people are like, well, there's like 6 Knights Cav. Okay, ignore them. Literally not a single one of them is required. Not a single one. Godric just getting shoved into an Ever jail. Yes. That is a thing that happens for certain. Yeah, that's like a really random one. I'm not really sure what happened there, to be honest. Like I like Godric as a fight. I think it would have been cool to like see him a second time with a good arena, but like they kind of just gave him like a crap arena twice, which is annoying. Yeah, I think if they had given it like a different look, but like the same kind of idea, and like expanded upon like the whole concept of like crafting, that could have been like really cool. Instead, there's like some weird lore explanation that that's actually not Godric, and it's like some Godric wannabe or some crap like that, and it's like a whole thing. And it is apparently like in the item descriptions and stuff. Like this is real, but like you could have just done something like a little different, and it would have been cool. Yeah, go Troy. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Just like a different crafted individual would have been really cool. I would have liked to have seen like more of those in general, and not just like the what is it? I'm thinking Revenant. That's not what I'm thinking. Whatever that the intro boss is, I forget its name. I'm drawing a blank. The Grafted Scion, that's the one. I would have liked to have seen like more stuff like that. Yeah, thank you. I think that would be sick. But overall, like there is a lot of like different bosses. Like there's 165. What would you guys say? Like at least like 80 to 90 of those are just like original distinct bosses? Somewhere in that ballpark, or do you think that's like way off? What in the fantasy world is this? Yeah, he's specifically a different character that looks exactly the same because we said so. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Like what? Yeah. It would have been really cool to like see them expand on that, but that's also just like not that's just not what FromSoft does, you know? Like they have all these really cool ideas for like storylines that they don't expand on at all. And then they let people make lore videos about it, and they're like, I mean that yeah, that may or may not be true. No way. That had to have been like too early. That sucks. Morgott might have like the longest stagger animation of like any boss. Alright. Yeah, definitely still a lot of work to be done on R'Lana. I'm going to be working on Godfrey more off stream as well, but we still have like another week until we have to fight him again. So we actually have time for that one, so that's not a big deal. But we're going to go ahead and call it there. Appreciate everyone for coming in and hanging out. Let me see if I can find us a raid target. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Always good to see you in chat. I actually haven't seen Tark even on for a hot minute. I think we'll send it over that way. It's been a bit. Take care, Kelp. Always good to see you. So there's the raid message. If you're subbed, if you're not, you can go ahead and just take the words in the middle there. No worries at all. I will be back Friday night. That'll be the last stream before the game on Sunday. Really looking forward to it. This is going to be a rough one. I don't think I don't think there's a single runner that's looking forward to this week's objective, but it is what it is, and then once it's done, then that's that, you know? So we're going to put our best foot forward and do what we can. But I appreciate you guys. We'll be back 7 p.m. EST on Friday. And Hope to see you then. If I don't, I hope you have a good rest of your week. And yeah, I will be doing my run on Sunday at 2 p.m. EST. So that's all I got for you guys. Take care, and I'll see you soon.